Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Ancient Origins of Swamp Magic. Long before the great castles of wizarding civilization rose from stone and mortar, long before the first wands were carved from ancient woods, there existed places where magic pooled and gathered like morning mist over still waters. These were the Swamplands, where the very earth seemed to breathe with enchantment, where the boundary between the mundane and the mystical dissolved as completely as salt and water. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of such a place, where solid ground gives way to a realm of half-submerged secrets. The air itself feels different here, thick with moisture and possibility, carrying scents of rich earth, blooming water lilies, and something indefinably magical that makes the hair on your arms stand on end. This is where our journey into swamp magic begins, in the primordial cradle where some of the oldest forms of wizardry first took root. The origins of swamp magic stretch back to the very dawn of magical understanding, when the first witches and wizards discovered that certain landscapes seemed to amplify their abilities in ways they could scarcely comprehend. These early practitioners noticed that spells cast near wetlands carried further, lasted longer, and often produced effects far beyond what they had intended. It was as if the swamps themselves were lending their power to human ambition, offering their ancient strength to those brave enough to seek it out. You can picture these pioneering magic users, perhaps wrapped in simple robes against the evening chill, carefully making their way through reed-choked channels by the light of floating lanterns. They would have discovered that the very geography of swamplands creates natural amphitheaters for magical energy, where water meets earth, where decay becomes rebirth, where the cycle of life and death plays out in endless repetition. Magic finds its most fertile ground. The magical properties of these wetlands emerge from their unique position as places of constant transformation. Unlike the solid stability of mountains or the flowing movement of rivers, swamps exist in a state of perpetual change. Water levels rise and fall with mysterious rhythms, islands of solid ground appear and disappear, and the very landscape seems to shift when you're not looking directly at it. This constant flux creates what magical theorists would later call reality gaps, spaces where the normal rules of existence become more flexible, more open to magical influence. Ancient texts speak of the first great swamp mages, solitary figures who chose to make their homes in these mystical wetlands, rather than in the growing wizard communities of their time. These practitioners understood something that their contemporaries were only beginning to grasp, that magic was not simply a force to be harnessed, but a living energy that responded to its environment. In the swamps, surrounded by the endless dance of growth and decay, they found magic that was more alive, more responsive, and infinitely more powerful than what they had known before. The formation of magical swamplands themselves tells a story of deep time and patient accumulation. Over centuries and millennia, layers of fallen leaves, ancient trees, and the remains of countless magical creatures settled into these low-lying areas, creating a rich substrate infused with residual magical energy. Each spell cast in these places left its mark. Each magical creature that lived and died here contributed to the growing reservoir of power that seemed to seep from the very ground. You might wonder what it would feel like to wade through such waters, to feel the soft mud between your toes, and know that each step takes you deeper into a realm where the ordinary rules no longer fully apply. The water itself would feel different. not just physically, but magically. It would seem to pulse with its own rhythm, and you might notice that your reflection in its dark surface showed not just your physical form, but hints of your magical aura, shimmering colors that dance around your image like northern lights made liquid. The earliest recorded observations of swamp magic come from witch covens who made annual pilgrimages to these sacred wetlands. They discovered that certain rituals, particularly those involving healing and transformation, were dramatically enhanced when performed in swamp environments. The magic seemed to flow more freely here, as if the earth itself was eager to participate in their workings. Healing potions brewed with swamp water were more potent, transformation spells held their effects longer, and divination practices revealed truths that remained hidden elsewhere. These ancient practitioners also noted the protective qualities of swamp magic. The same properties that made these places ideal for magical workings also created natural barriers against unwanted intrusion. The shifting geography confounded those unfamiliar with the terrain, while the magical energies themselves seemed to actively discourage those with hostile intentions. Many of the great magical artifacts and secret repositories of the wizarding world were hidden in swamplands, protected not just by spells and guardians, but by the swamp's own mysterious ability to remain hidden from those who sought them with ill intent. The magical creatures that evolved in these environments played crucial roles in developing and maintaining the swamp's mystical properties. Generation after generation of magical beings lived their entire lives in these wetlands, their life forces and magical signatures becoming part of the eternal cycle of renewal. When these creatures died, their magic didn't simply disappear. It was absorbed by the swamp itself, becoming part of the ever-growing reservoir of power that made these places so extraordinary. As you let your imagination drift through these ancient landscapes, you can almost hear the whispered conversations of those early swamp mages, sharing discoveries by flickering will-o'-the-wisp light. They would have marveled at how their voices carried differently here, how their words seemed to hang in the humid air longer than they should, as if the swamp itself was listening, learning, remembering every spell and incantation for future generations to discover. The legacy of these ancient origins continues to influence swamp magic to this day. Modern practitioners who venture into magical wetlands often report a sense of connection to something vastly older than themselves, a feeling that they are participating in magical traditions that stretch back through countless generations. The swamps remember, and they share their memories with those who approach them with proper respect and understanding. As our exploration of swamp magic's ancient roots draws to a close, consider this question that has puzzled magical scholars for generations. If these primordial wetlands were among the first places where human magic truly flourished, what secrets might they still hold, waiting patiently in their murky depths for the right person to discover them? Chapter 2. The Magical Ecosystem of Wetlands. In the gentle quiet of evening, when mist begins to rise from hidden waters and the first stars reflect in still pools, we turn our attention to one of nature's most intricate magical systems. The wetland ecosystem operates as a vast, living enchantment, where every element from the smallest water droplet to the tallest cypress tree participates in an endless dance of magical energy exchange. Picture yourself seated on a moss-covered log at the edge of a magical swamp, watching as the last golden light of day filters through the canopy above. Around you, the wetland ecosystem hums with activity both visible and invisible, a complex web of relationships that has been perfecting itself for thousands of years. Each ripple on the water's surface, each flutter of dragonfly wings, each bubble rising from the depths below, represents a small but vital part of this magnificent magical machinery. The foundation of any wetland's magical ecosystem lies in its unique relationship with water itself. Unlike the rushing torrents of mountain streams or the vast expanses of ocean, swamp water moves with deliberate slowness, allowing magical energies to settle and concentrate like sediment in a still pond. This slow-moving water acts as a natural magical conductor, carrying traces of every spell cast upstream, every magical creature that has touched its surface, every enchanted plant that has grown along its banks. As you observe this mystical environment, you begin to understand how the water serves as both highway and warehouse for magical energy. Nutrients and magical essences flow through the wetland in carefully balanced cycles, feeding the incredible diversity of life that makes these places so extraordinarily powerful. The water doesn't simply carry magic, it transforms it, filtering and refining raw magical energy until it becomes something more subtle, more sophisticated, more attuned to the needs of the countless beings that depend upon it. The plant life of magical wetlands plays a role that extends far beyond simple photosynthesis. Each species has evolved not just to survive in waterlogged conditions, but to actively participate in the magical ecosystem that surrounds them. The great bald cypresses that stand like ancient sentinels throughout the swamp serve as natural magical conduits, their extensive root systems creating underground networks that can carry magical energy across vast distances. When you place your hand against the rough bark of such a tree, you might feel a faint thrumming, as if the tree itself has a heartbeat powered by the magical currents flowing through its roots. Water lilies floating serenely on the surface operate as natural magical filters, their broad leaves absorbing excess magical energy from the water and slowly releasing it back into the atmosphere in a more refined form. The Spanish moss that drapes gracefully from branch to branch acts as nature's own magical insulation, helping to maintain the delicate temperature and humidity conditions that allow the wetland's magical properties to flourish. Even the humble duckweed that carpets quiet backwaters plays its part, creating natural magical reservoirs where energy can pool and concentrate. The animal inhabitants of these magical wetlands have evolved remarkable adaptations that allow them to not only survive but thrive in this magically charged environment. Frogs and toads, those ancient amphibians that move freely between water and land, serve as natural magical conductors. Their songs at twilight aren't merely territorial calls, they're complex magical communications that help maintain the delicate balance of energies throughout the wetland. Each species contributes its own unique frequency to this chorus, creating harmonies that resonate with the magical field of the entire ecosystem. Wading birds like herons and egrets have developed an extraordinary sensitivity to magical currents in the water. They can detect the presence of magical fish and other creatures not through sight alone, but through their ability to sense the subtle disturbances these beings create in the local magical field. Watching a great blue heron standing motionless in shallow water, you're witnessing a master of magical patience, a creature that understands how to become perfectly still and allow the magical energies around it to reveal their secrets. The reptilian inhabitants of magical swamps have perhaps made the most fascinating adaptations of all. Alligators and other large reptiles serve as living magical batteries, their cold-blooded metabolisms allowing them to store and slowly release magical energy over extended periods. Ancient specimens, those magnificent creatures that have survived for decades in their magical territories, become so saturated with accumulated power that they begin to influence the magical climate of their entire domain. Beneath the surface, the wetland's magical ecosystem becomes even more complex and mysterious. The muddy bottom layers teem with countless microorganisms that break down organic matter and release stored magical energy back into the water column. This process, invisible to the casual observer, represents one of the most important magical cycles in the entire ecosystem. Dead leaves, fallen branches, and the remains of magical creatures are slowly transformed by these microscopic workers into new forms of magical energy that can be absorbed and utilized by living plants and animals. The interaction between all these elements creates what magical naturalists call ecosystem magic, enchantments that emerge not from any single source, but from the complex relationships between multiple magical beings living in harmony. This collective magic is often more powerful and more stable than individual spells, sustained by the natural cycles of the wetland, rather than the will of any single practitioner. You can observe this ecosystem magic in action during the magical phenomenon known as twilight resonance, when the entire wetland seems to pulse with synchronized energy as day transitions to night. Birds call in patterns that match the rhythm of ripples on the water, Insects flash in sequences that mirror the twinkling of stars overhead, and even the plants seem to sway in time with invisible musical currents flowing through the air. The seasonal cycles of magical wetlands reveal yet another layer of ecosystem complexity. Spring awakening brings a surge of fresh magical energy as dormant plants burst into new growth, and migrating magical creatures return from distant lands. Summer's full bloom represents the peak of the ecosystem's magical output, when every element is working at maximum capacity to generate and circulate power. Autumn's transformation turns the wetland into a vast magical harvesting operation, as plants concentrate their accumulated energy into seeds and fruits, while animals prepare for the quieter magical rhythms of winter. Winter in a magical wetland is far from dormant. It's a time of deep magical storage and slow, patient accumulation. Beneath ice-covered surfaces and among the roots of sleeping plants, the ecosystem continues its work at a more measured pace, building up the magical reserves that will fuel the explosive growth of the following spring. The delicate balance of these magical ecosystems makes them both incredibly powerful and surprisingly fragile. The removal of even seemingly minor elements can disrupt magical flows that have been stable for centuries. This is why magical wetlands are so carefully protected by those who understand their true value, not just as sources of magical power, but as irreplaceable examples of how magic and nature can work together in perfect harmony. As the mists of evening begin to thicken around you, and the first nocturnal sounds of the wetland echo across the water, consider this. If a single magical ecosystem can support such incredible diversity and generate such complex enchantments, what might we learn about magic itself by studying these natural masterpieces more closely? Chapter 3. Legendary Swamp Witches and Wizards. Deep in the heart of forgotten wetlands, where Spanish moss hangs like ancient curtains and fireflies dance through perpetual twilight, dwell the stories of remarkable magical practitioners who chose solitude over society, mystery over fame. These legendary figures turned their backs on the bustling centers of wizarding civilization to seek something deeper, something more primal in the misty depths of magical swamplands. Imagine wandering down a narrow boardwalk that disappears into the gathering dusk, following tales whispered by generations of magical folk about the extraordinary individuals who made these mysterious places their homes. Their stories echo through the cypress groves like half-remembered songs, carried on night breezes that smell of water lilies and ancient secrets. These were not hermits hiding from the world, but powerful practitioners who understood that true magical mastery required communion with the deepest sources of natural power. Among the most celebrated of these figures was Morwen the Mistweaver, a witch whose mastery of swamp magic became legendary throughout the magical communities of medieval Europe. She established her sanctuary in the vast wetlands that once covered much of what is now the English countryside, building her dwelling on stilts above waters that never fully revealed their depths. Morwen discovered that the swamp mists could be woven into tangible forms, creating everything from protective barriers to transportation that could carry her silently across great distances. Her cottage, according to those few visitors brave enough to seek her out, seemed to exist in perfect harmony with its watery surroundings. The walls breathed with the rhythm of the tides, floors rose and fell gently like the surface of calm water, and windows showed different views depending on the magical needs of those who looked through them. Visitors reported that stepping inside felt like entering a living thing, a structure that was as much magical creature as dwelling place. Morwen's greatest contribution to swamp magic lay in her development of mist walking, a technique that allowed practitioners to step into heavy fog and emerge elsewhere within the wetland system. She taught that mist was not simply water vapor, but a bridge between the physical and magical realms, a medium through which those with proper training could travel instantaneously across vast distances. Her students, few though they were, carried this knowledge to swamplands across the known world, establishing a network of mistwalkers who could communicate and travel between distant wetlands without ever setting foot on dry land. In the bayous of what would later become Louisiana, there lived Beauregard Night Whisper, a Creole wizard whose family had practiced swamp magic for generations before European wizards ever set foot in the New World. Beauregard represented a different tradition entirely, one that saw swamp magic not as something to be learned from books, but as an inheritance passed down through bloodlines that had been touched by the spirits of the wetlands themselves. His magic was deeply intertwined with the rhythms of the bayou, waxing and waning with the cycles of flood and drought, growing stronger during the long, humid summers, and settling into patient hibernation during the brief, cool winters. Beauregard could speak with every creature of the swamp in their own language, from the ancient alligators that served as guardians of his territory to the smallest tree frogs whose choruses guided his evening meditations. The wizard's greatest achievement was the creation of what he called living spells, enchantments that took on lives of their own, growing and evolving as they moved through the bayou ecosystem. These magical constructs appeared as balls of swamp fire that danced through the night, leading lost travelers to safety or protecting sacred groves from those who would harm them. Some of Beauregard's living spells are said to persist to this day, continuing their appointed tasks long after their creator passed into legend. Across the Atlantic in the peat bogs of Ireland dwelt Seal of the Sedges, a witch whose understanding of the connection between death and rebirth made her one of the most powerful healers of her age. She built her sanctuary in the heart of an ancient bog, where the perfectly preserved remains of warriors and animals from forgotten eras lay sleeping beneath the dark water. Seal understood that these resting places were not tombs, but transformation chambers, where the boundary between life and death became so thin as to be nearly invisible. Her healing magic drew upon this liminal energy, using the power of suspended animation that permeated the bog to heal injuries and illnesses that other practitioners considered incurable. Patients would travel from across the Celtic lands to undergo her bog treatments, spending days or sometimes weeks partially submerged in specially prepared pools, where the healing waters could work their slow but profound magic. Seal's approach to magic was profoundly different from her contemporaries, where others sought to impose their will upon the natural world. She learned to listen to the ancient wisdom that spoke from the depths of the bog. She claimed that every preserved body, every piece of ancient wood, every handful of peat held memories that could teach those patient enough to learn their language. Her journals, written on specially treated bog oak, contain healing techniques that modern magical medicine is only beginning to understand. In the mangrove swamps of Southeast Asia, Master Chen of the tidal roots developed a school of swamp magic based on the principle of constant adaptation. His philosophy held that true magical mastery came not from rigid adherence to established techniques, but from the ability to flow and change like the tides themselves. Chen's sanctuary was built among the mangrove roots, a structure that literally grew with the trees, expanding and contracting with the natural rhythms of the forest. His students learned to cast spells that would change their effects based on environmental conditions, creating magic that was never exactly the same twice. A healing spell cast during high tide might work primarily on physical ailments, while the same spell cast during low tide could focus on emotional or spiritual healing. This approach required practitioners to develop an intimate understanding of natural cycles and an almost supernatural sensitivity to the subtle changes in their environment. The legacy of Chen's teachings can be found in the adaptive magic still practiced in many Asian swamplands, where spells are designed to work in harmony with the complex tidal systems that govern mangrove ecosystems. His most advanced students were said to be able to predict magical outcomes hours or even days in advance, reading the future in the patterns of tide and root growth. Perhaps the most mysterious of all legendary swamp practitioners was the figure known only as the Bog Walker, who appeared in stories throughout northern Europe during the Middle Ages. Unlike other swamp mages who established permanent sanctuaries, the Bog Walker was said to move constantly through the vast wetland systems, never staying in one place long enough to be truly known by any community. Witnesses described encounters with a tall figure wrapped in mist-gray robes, who would appear suddenly on remote bog paths and disappear just as mysteriously. The bog walker's magic seemed to focus on preservation and protection, maintaining the delicate balance of wetland ecosystems and safeguarding them from those who would drain or destroy them for mundane purposes. Stories tell of entire armies becoming lost in bogs after threatening important wetland sanctuaries, of treasure hunters finding their maps mysteriously altered to lead them away from protected sites, and of developers waking to find their equipment had sunk irretrievably into what had been solid ground the night before. The bog walker's influence was subtle but unmistakable, and many magical wetlands across Europe are said to remain under his or her protection to this day. These legendary figures shared certain common traits that seem to define the greatest practitioners of swamp magic. They all chose solitude, not from misanthropy, but from a recognition that the deepest magical truths could only be learned in communion with the natural world. They developed patient, observational approaches to magic that emphasized harmony over dominance, adaptation over rigid control. Most importantly, they understood that swamp magic was not something that could be quickly mastered or easily taught. It required a fundamental shift in perspective, a willingness to see magic not as a tool to be wielded, but as a conversation to be joined. Their legacies live on not just in the techniques they developed, but in the profound respect they showed for the mysterious powers that dwell in the world's forgotten wetlands. As the night deepens around us and the chorus of swamp creatures begins their ancient songs, we might wonder what drove these remarkable individuals to seek their destinies in such remote and challenging places, and what secrets did they discover that made their isolation worthwhile. Chapter 4. The Alchemical Properties of Swamp Waters. In the hushed laboratory of nature herself, where ancient trees lean over dark mirrors of water, and time moves at the pace of slowly dissolving leaves, we discover one of the most remarkable substances in all of magical practice. Swamp water, with its rich amber hues and mysterious depths, represents far more than simple H2O touched by earth and vegetation. It is a living alchemical medium, transformed by centuries of magical saturation into something that defies the ordinary laws of chemistry and physics. Picture yourself kneeling beside a quiet pool deep in an enchanted wetland, watching as the last rays of sunlight filter through the canopy to illuminate the water's surface. What appears to be ordinary bog water reveals itself upon closer inspection to be something far more extraordinary. The liquid catches and holds light in ways that normal water cannot, creating patterns that seem to shift and dance even when the surface is perfectly still. This is your first glimpse into the alchemical mysteries that have made swamp waters prized by potion makers and magical researchers for thousands of years. The transformation of ordinary water into this magical medium begins with the unique chemical processes that occur in wetland environments. Unlike the flowing waters of rivers or the sterile depths of mountain lakes, swamp water moves slowly enough to dissolve and concentrate countless organic and inorganic compounds. Tannins from decaying leaves stain the water various shades of amber, brown, and deep red, but these natural dyes are only the visible sign of far more complex chemical changes taking place beneath the surface. As vegetation decomposes in the oxygen-poor environment of the swamp bottom, it releases compounds that would be quickly washed away in faster-moving water. Here, these substances have time to interact with minerals leaching from surrounding soils, creating complex molecular structures that exist nowhere else in nature. Humic acids, fulvic acids, and dozens of other organic compounds combine and recombine in an endless dance of chemical creativity that turns the swamp into a vast natural laboratory. But the true magic of swamp waters lies not in their chemical composition alone, but in their remarkable ability to absorb, store, and concentrate magical energies. Every spell cast near the water's edge, every magical creature that drinks from its surface, every enchanted plant that draws nutrients from its depths, contributes to an ever-growing reservoir of mystical power. The slow-moving nature of swamp water means that these magical influences have time to settle and integrate, creating a medium that is saturated with accumulated enchantment. Master alchemists have long recognized that different types of swamp water possess distinctly different magical properties depending on the specific conditions under which they formed. Water from cypress swamps, with their towering trees and complex root systems, tends to be particularly effective in potions related to longevity and endurance. The ancient cypress trees, some of which have stood for centuries, seem to impart their own sense of timeless patience to the waters that surround their roots. Bog water, drawn from the acidic environments where sphagnum moss creates perfectly preserved conditions, proves invaluable in preservation spells and potions designed to halt or reverse decay. The same chemical processes that can preserve organic matter for thousands of years in bog environments can be harnessed by skilled practitioners to create some of the most powerful protective enchantments known to magical science. The black waters of deep forest swamps, rich with dissolved organic matter and shadowed by thick canopies, are prized for their use in transformation potions and spells that deal with hidden knowledge. These dark waters seem to hold secrets in their depths, releasing them only to those who know the proper techniques for unlocking their mysteries. Scrying performed with black swamp water often reveals truths that remain hidden when other mediums are employed. Seasonal variations add another layer of complexity to the alchemical properties of swamp waters. Spring waters, energized by the surge of new growth and returning life, prove most effective in healing potions and spells designed to promote growth and renewal. The magical energies released by budding plants and awakening creatures create a kind of liquid sunshine that can accelerate healing and enhance the body's natural regenerative processes. Summer swamp waters reach their peak potency as the wetland ecosystem operates at maximum capacity. These waters, warm and rich with the concentrated life force of countless magical creatures, are ideal for potions requiring high energy levels. Strength-enhancing draughts, endurance elixirs, and spells designed to boost magical power all benefit from the intense magical saturation that summer swamp waters provide. Autumn brings a different kind of magic to swamp waters, as the ecosystem begins its annual process of storing energy for the coming winter. Waters collected during this season are particularly valuable for preservation magic and spells designed to prepare for challenging times ahead. The magical equivalent of squirrels storing nuts for winter, autumn swamp waters can hold tremendous reserves of power in suspended animation until they are needed. Even winter swamp waters, seemingly dormant beneath their covering of ice and snow, possess unique alchemical properties. These cold, still waters concentrate magical energies in ways that create some of the most stable and long-lasting enchantments. Potions brewed with winter swamp water often retain their potency for decades longer than those made with waters collected during more active seasons. The harvesting of swamp waters for alchemical purposes requires both technical skill and deep respect for the ecosystem that creates these precious substances. Experienced practitioners know that the best waters are not simply scooped from the surface, but drawn from specific depths and locations where magical concentrations are highest. The traditional swamp water gathering ceremony involves careful observation of natural signs, from the behavior of local wildlife to the patterns of mist formation, all of which indicate where the most potent waters can be found. Master alchemists often establish long-term relationships with particular swamp locations, returning year after year to harvest waters from the same sources. They understand that each wetland develops its own unique magical signature over time, and that consistency in ingredients is crucial for reliable results in advanced potion making. Some of the most valuable alchemical swamp waters come from sources that have been carefully tended and protected by magical practitioners for generations. The storage and preservation of swamp waters presents its own set of challenges and opportunities. Unlike ordinary water, which remains essentially unchanged in properly sealed containers, swamp water continues to evolve even after collection. The complex organic compounds and concentrated magical energies continue to interact, creating what alchemists call living water, a substance that actually improves with age under the right conditions. Traditional storage methods involve specially crafted vessels made from materials that complement rather than interfere with the water's natural magical properties. Containers carved from bog oak, vessels lined with particular types of clay, and bottles sealed with specific waxes all help to maintain and enhance the alchemical potential of stored swamp waters. Some master alchemists maintain collections of aged swamp waters that are more valuable than the rarest gemstones. The interaction between swamp waters and other potion ingredients creates possibilities that simply cannot be achieved with ordinary water. The rich mineral content and complex organic compounds act as natural catalysts, accelerating beneficial reactions while suppressing unwanted side effects. Ingredients that might be incompatible in normal circumstances can be successfully combined when swamp water serves as the medium, opening up entirely new categories of magical potions and elixirs. Modern magical research has begun to unlock some of the scientific principles behind swamp water's remarkable properties, but much remains mysterious even to the most advanced practitioners. The relationship between the water's chemical composition and its magical characteristics appears to be far more complex than simple cause and effect, suggesting that swamp waters may represent a form of naturally occurring magical technology that we are only beginning to understand. As you imagine the gentle lapping of these mysterious waters against the roots of ancient trees, consider this intriguing question. If swamp waters can absorb and concentrate magical energies over centuries of slow accumulation, what other natural processes might be creating magical substances that we have yet to discover or understand? Chapter 5. Magical Creatures of the Swamplands. As twilight settles over the mystical wetlands, and the first stars begin to reflect in still, dark waters, we enter a realm where extraordinary beings have evolved in harmony with one of nature's most magical environments. The swamplands serve as sanctuary to creatures found nowhere else on Earth, beings whose very existence depends upon the unique blend of water, earth, and concentrated magical energy that defines these mysterious places. Imagine yourself gliding silently through narrow channels on a small boat, your passage barely disturbing the mirror-like surface of the water. Around you, the swamp comes alive with sounds and movements that speak of hidden inhabitants, creatures who have made this waterlogged world their home for countless generations. Each ripple in the water, each rustle in the reeds might herald an encounter with beings whose magical abilities have been shaped by centuries of life in these enchanted wetlands. Among the most magnificent of swampland dwellers are the ancient swamp dragons, creatures whose lineage stretches back to the very dawn of magical history. Unlike their mountain-dwelling cousins who hoard gold in deep caverns, swamp dragons have evolved to treasure something far more precious: the accumulated wisdom of the wetlands themselves. These magnificent beings spend their centuries collecting stories, songs, and secrets from every creature that shares their domain, becoming living libraries of swamp lore. A fully grown swamp dragon presents a sight of breathtaking beauty, their scales shimmering with colors that shift between deep emerald and rich amber, perfectly camouflaged among the dappled light and shadow of their aquatic home. Their breath, instead of destructive fire, produces a warm, healing mist that can accelerate the growth of magical plants and provide relief to creatures suffering from illness or injury. The oldest swamp dragons are said to be so attuned to their environment that they can predict weather patterns months in advance, warning other swamp dwellers of coming floods or droughts. Floating gracefully through the deeper channels, you might encounter the ethereal bog sprites, tiny humanoid creatures no larger than your thumb, who appear to be made of concentrated mist and starlight. These delicate beings serve as the swamp's messengers, carrying news and gossip between different areas of the wetland at speeds that seem to defy their diminutive size. Bog sprites are particularly drawn to areas where magical energies are strongest, and their presence often indicates locations where rare magical plants or important magical phenomena are about to manifest. The sprites communicate through a complex system of light patterns that dance across their translucent bodies, creating conversations that look like miniature aurora displays. Master naturalists who have spent years studying bog sprite behavior report that these creatures possess an intricate social structure based on the sharing of magical energy, with elder sprites serving as living repositories of swamp memory that can be accessed by younger members of their communities. In the shallower waters, where cattails and sedges create dense stands of vegetation, the marsh kelpies make their homes. These horse-like creatures, covered in a coat that resembles flowing waterweeds, have adapted to life in the swamplands by developing the ability to walk on both land and water with equal ease. Their hooves, broad and slightly webbed, can find solid footing on the most treacherous bog surfaces, making them invaluable guides for travelers brave enough to venture into the deepest parts of the wetlands. Marsh kelpies possess an almost supernatural ability to sense the safest paths through changing swamp terrain, and they have been known to lead lost wanderers to safety without any apparent expectation of reward. Their gentle nature and natural empathy make them popular companions among swamp-dwelling magical practitioners, though the kelpies themselves seem to choose their human associates rather than being tamed or trained in any conventional sense. The deeper, older parts of the swamp are home to creatures so ancient and mysterious that many magical naturalists question whether they should be classified as animals at all. The most enigmatic of these beings are the swamp wisps, phenomena that appear as balls of softly glowing light that dance through the mist-shrouded channels during the darkest hours of night. Some scholars believe these wisps are the spirits of ancient swamp dwellers who became so connected to their environment that they transcended physical form entirely. Wisps seem to possess their own agenda, appearing to travelers at moments of greatest need to provide guidance or warning. They have been observed leading lost children to safety, warning hunters away from dangerous areas, and even guiding researchers to locations where rare magical specimens can be found. The light they emit has healing properties, and those who have been blessed by wisp light report enhanced magical sensitivity and deeper connections to the natural world. Among the most celebrated inhabitants of magical swamplands are the ancient turtles whose shells have become mobile gardens of rare magical plants. These patient creatures, some of whom are believed to be centuries old, carry entire ecosystems on their backs as they slowly traverse their watery domains. The plants that grow on their shells exist nowhere else, having evolved in perfect symbiosis with their turtle hosts over countless generations. These living gardens serve as traveling seed banks, spreading rare magical flora throughout the swampland as the turtles make their leisurely journeys. Alchemists and herbalists prize any opportunity to study these mobile ecosystems, as the plants growing on turtle shells often possess enhanced magical properties due to their unique growing conditions. The turtles themselves seem to understand their role as gardeners and guardians, carefully choosing where to rest and feed to ensure the optimal health of their botanical passengers. The amphibian residents of magical swamps have evolved some of the most remarkable adaptations found anywhere in the magical world. The great chorus frogs, whose synchronized songs help maintain the magical balance of their territories, can produce vocalizations that actually alter local magical fields. Their evening concerts are not merely beautiful music, but complex magical workings that help regulate everything from weather patterns to the growth cycles of magical plants. Some species of swamp salamanders have developed the ability to regenerate not just lost limbs, but lost magical abilities. These remarkable creatures can absorb magical energy directly from their environment and store it in specialized organs, making them walking batteries of concentrated power. In times of environmental stress, they can release this stored energy to help sustain the magical ecosystem of their home territory. The insect life of magical swamplands includes species found nowhere else on Earth. Glimmer moths, whose wings are nearly transparent except for intricate patterns that seem to shift and change in the light, serve as pollinators for many of the swamp's rarest magical flowers. Their life cycle is synchronized with the blooming cycles of these plants, and their presence is often the first sign that particularly valuable magical specimens are about to flower. Jewel wasps, despite their fearsome appearance, are actually gentle creatures that build their nests from crystallized magical energy. These living jewels create some of the most beautiful structures in the natural world. The hexagonal cells of their nests concentrate magical energy so effectively that they are sometimes harvested by skilled practitioners for use in creating permanent magical items. The reptilian inhabitants of magical swamps include species that have developed remarkable relationships with the mystical properties of their environment. Rainbow serpents, whose scales reflect every color of the spectrum, can actually become invisible by bending light around their bodies. These elusive creatures are rarely seen except during magical storms, when the increased energy in the environment makes their camouflage less effective. The legendary swamp basilisks, smaller and far less dangerous than their desert cousins, have evolved a gaze that can induce deep, peaceful sleep rather than death. These gentle giants are often sought out by insomniacs and those suffering from magical exhaustion, as a brief encounter with a swamp basilisk's eyes can provide weeks of restful, healing sleep. As our journey through the magical menagerie of the Swamplands draws to a close, you might notice how all these creatures share certain common traits. They have developed patient, observational approaches to life that mirror the slow, contemplative rhythms of their environment. They exist in complex relationships of mutual support and cooperation, understanding that the health of the whole ecosystem depends upon the well-being of each individual part. Perhaps most remarkably, these creatures seem to possess an innate understanding that they are guardians of something precious and irreplaceable. Their very presence helps maintain the delicate magical balance that makes swamplands such extraordinary places, and their continued thriving serves as an indicator of their environment's magical health. As the night deepens around us, and the symphony of swamp sounds reaches its crescendo, we might wonder, what wisdom might these ancient creatures share with us about living in harmony with the magical forces that surround us? And what can their patient, thoughtful approach to life teach us about our own relationship with the natural world? Chapter 6. The Protective Barriers of Swamp Magic. In the gentle embrace of evening mist, where ancient waters hold secrets as old as time itself, we discover one of the most remarkable aspects of swampland magic, its inherent ability to protect and conceal those who seek refuge within its boundaries. These wetland sanctuaries have served as natural fortresses for centuries, their very geography and magical properties combining to create barriers that are both subtle and incredibly effective. Picture yourself approaching the edge of a vast magical swamp as storm clouds gather overhead, seeking shelter from both physical danger and magical persecution. What appears to be merely an inhospitable wilderness reveals itself, to those who know how to look, as one of nature's most sophisticated defense systems. The swamp doesn't announce its protective qualities with towering walls or obvious magical barriers, but rather wraps its guardianship around visitors like a gentle, persistent fog that obscures them from hostile eyes. The first line of the swamp's natural defenses lies in its reputation and appearance. To the uninitiated, magical swamplands appear forbidding and dangerous, filled with uncertain footing, hidden depths, and creatures best left undisturbed. This intimidating facade serves as an excellent deterrent to casual intruders, ensuring that only those with genuine need or serious determination will attempt to penetrate the wetlands' mysteries. The swamp's protective magic begins working before visitors even set foot on its boggy soil, influencing the perceptions and decisions of potential threats. As you wade deeper into the protective embrace of the wetland, you begin to understand how the swamp's shifting geography serves as its second layer of defense. Paths that existed yesterday may be underwater today, solid ground can become treacherous bog without warning, and familiar landmarks seem to rearrange themselves when no one is watching. This constantly changing landscape makes it nearly impossible for hostile forces to mount organized expeditions into the swamp's interior, as conventional military tactics become useless in an environment that refuses to remain consistent. The magical properties of swamp water itself contribute significantly to the protective barriers that surround these sanctuaries. The same qualities that make swamp water valuable for alchemical purposes also make it an excellent medium for defensive magic. Spells cast into swamp water tend to linger and accumulate, creating layers of protective enchantment that build up over time like sediment on the bottom of a pond. These accumulated defenses don't fade with time like ordinary magical barriers, but actually grow stronger as more magical energy is added to the system. Master practitioners who have studied swamp defenses extensively report that the protective magic seems to respond intelligently to different types of threats. Casual trespassers might simply find themselves gently turned around and led back to the edge of the wetland, without ever realizing they've been magically misdirected. More determined intruders could discover that the swamp itself seems to be working against them, with paths disappearing, compass needles spinning wildly, and an overwhelming sense of unease that grows stronger the deeper they venture. Those who approach with genuinely hostile intentions often find themselves facing the swamp's more active defenses. Will-o'-the-wisps, normally benign guides for lost travelers, can become misleading lights that lead enemies in circles for hours or days. The ground itself might become less stable under the feet of those who mean harm, while remaining solid for those seeking sanctuary. Even the weather seems to respond to the presence of threats, with fog rolling in to provide concealment for defenders and storms arising to discourage attackers. The psychological aspects of swamp protection are particularly fascinating to study. The isolation and unique sensory environment of wetlands can have profound effects on the human mind, effects that the swamp's magical properties seem to amplify deliberately. Those who enter with peaceful intentions often report feeling calmed and welcomed by the environment, experiencing the swamp as a place of profound tranquility and natural beauty. Conversely, those who arrive with violent or destructive purposes frequently describe overwhelming feelings of unease, confusion, and growing panic. The same mists that seem ethereal and beautiful to friendly visitors can appear thick and threatening to enemies. The gentle sounds of nocturnal creatures become ominous warnings, and the play of light and shadow through the canopy takes on sinister undertones. This psychological warfare often proves more effective than any physical barrier in discouraging unwelcome visitors. The swamp's protective barriers extend beyond the merely physical into realms that conventional military strategists could never anticipate. Scrying spells cast to observe activities within magical wetlands often produce confused or misleading results, as if the swamp's magical field interferes with remote observation. Communication spells may fail to function properly, leaving would-be attackers unable to coordinate their efforts effectively. Even more remarkably, some swamplands seem capable of selectively affecting memory and perception. Hostile visitors might find their recollections of the wetland's geography becoming vague and uncertain once they leave, making it difficult for them to guide return expeditions or share detailed intelligence about the swamp's defenses. This natural tendency toward concealment has made magical swamplands ideal locations for hidden communities and secret sanctuaries throughout history. The temporal aspects of swamp protection add another layer of complexity to these natural fortresses. Time itself seems to move differently in the deep wetlands, with some areas experiencing accelerated growth and decay, while others exist in states of suspended animation. This temporal distortion can be weaponized by skilled defenders, creating pockets where attackers might age rapidly or become trapped in slow-motion fields that render them harmless. Seasonal variations in the swamp's protective capabilities create additional strategic advantages for those who understand these natural rhythms. Spring floods can make previously accessible areas completely impassable, while autumn fog provides natural concealment that can hide entire communities from aerial observation. Winter ice might seal off certain channels while opening new paths known only to long-term residents, and summer's thick vegetation can create natural camouflage for structures and settlements. The symbiotic relationship between swamp dwellers and their protective environment represents one of the most sophisticated examples of magical cooperation found anywhere in the natural world. The creatures that call these wetlands home actively participate in the swamp's defensive network, serving as early warning systems, scouts, and sometimes even combatants when their territory is threatened. This partnership between magical environment and magical inhabitants creates a defense system that is truly greater than the sum of its parts. Ancient texts describe legendary sieges where entire armies became lost in swamplands that seemed to expand infinitely before them, and historical accounts tell of treasure hunters who entered magical wetlands only to emerge weeks later with no memory of where they had been or what they had sought. These stories, while sometimes dismissed as folklore, appear to document real encounters with the protective powers that magical swamplands can deploy when threatened. The ethical implications of swamp protection magic have been debated by magical scholars for centuries. Unlike artificial defensive systems that can be overwhelmed or bypassed through superior force, swamp barriers seem to make moral distinctions about who deserves protection and who represents a threat. This apparent ability to judge intentions and character has led some to speculate that magical swamplands possess a form of collective consciousness that can evaluate the motives of those who seek entry. Modern practitioners who study defensive magic often visit established swamp sanctuaries to observe these natural protection systems in action. The lessons learned from swampland defenses have influenced the development of more sophisticated magical barriers in other contexts, though none have achieved the subtle effectiveness and self-sustaining nature of the protections that arise naturally in magical wetland environments. The maintenance and enhancement of swamp protective barriers requires understanding and cooperation rather than domination and control. Those who live under the protection of magical swamplands learn to work with these natural defenses rather than trying to direct them, contributing their own magical energy to the collective protective field, while respecting the ancient wisdom that guides the swamp's responses to various threats. As the protective mists of evening begin to settle around us like a gentle blanket, carrying with them the promise of safety and concealment, we might consider this thought: if these natural sanctuaries can provide such effective protection through cooperation between magical environment and grateful inhabitants, what might this teach us about the true sources of security in our own lives? Chapter 7: Swamp-based Divination and Prophecy. As moonlight begins to silver the still waters and night mists rise like whispered secrets from the depths of ancient wetlands, we enter the mystical realm where past, present, and future converge in the timeless art of swamp divination. These sacred waters, steeped in centuries of accumulated wisdom and magical energy, have long served as windows into the hidden patterns that shape our world, offering glimpses of destiny to those who know how to read their subtle signs. Imagine yourself seated on a moss-covered log beside a perfectly still pool, watching as the moon's reflection wavers gently on the dark surface. The water seems to hold more than mere light, capturing shadows and possibilities that dance just beyond the edge of perception. This is the traditional setting for bog scrying, one of the oldest and most reliable methods of divination practiced in magical communities around the world. The art of reading swamp waters for prophetic visions relies on the unique properties that make these wetlands such powerful repositories of magical energy. The slow-moving nature of bog water allows images and impressions to form and linger in ways that would be impossible in the turbulent currents of rivers or the vast expanses of oceans. Like a magical photograph developing in slow motion, visions emerge gradually from the depths, becoming clearer and more detailed as the scryer learns to attune their consciousness to the water's ancient rhythms. Master diviners who specialize in swamp prophecy often spend years developing relationships with specific pools or channels, returning to the same location season after season to deepen their connection with the local magical currents. They understand that each body of swamp water possesses its own personality and areas of specialty. Some excel at revealing information about health and healing, others focus on matters of the heart, and still others provide insights into larger patterns of fate and destiny that affect entire communities. The preparation for swamp scrying involves more than simply gazing into still water. Experienced practitioners begin their sessions with careful observation of the natural signs that indicate optimal conditions for divination. The behavior of local wildlife, the patterns of mist formation, the subtle changes in water color and clarity, all of these factors influence the clarity and accuracy of visions that may emerge during a scrying session. Traditional swamp divination recognizes several distinct categories of prophetic phenomena, each with its own interpretive methods and symbolic language. Surface visions appear as images that seem to float just beneath the water's surface, often taking the form of scenes from the future that play out like silent motion pictures. These visions tend to focus on events that will occur within the relatively near future, typically within a span of days to months from the time of the scrying. Depth visions require the scryer to peer deeper into the water, sometimes using techniques that alter their perception to see beyond the physical surface. into the magical dimensions that underlie swamp environments. These deeper visions often reveal information about more distant future events, or provide insights into the underlying spiritual and magical forces that drive surface manifestations. The symbolic language of depth visions tends to be more complex and metaphorical than surface phenomena, requiring extensive training to interpret accurately. The most mysterious category of swamp divination involves what practitioners call time echoes, visions that seem to show not future events, but glimpses of the past that continue to resonate within the magical field of the wetland. These historical visions can provide valuable context for understanding current situations or reveal forgotten knowledge that influences present circumstances. Ancient swamplands, with their centuries of accumulated magical history, are particularly rich sources of time echo phenomena. Will-o'-the-wisp divination represents another fascinating branch of swamp prophecy, based on interpreting the movements and behaviors of the mysterious lights that dance through wetland mist during the darkest hours of night. Master practitioners claim that these ethereal phenomena are not random natural occurrences, but manifestations of the swamp's own prophetic consciousness, lighting up to reveal important paths and directions for those who know how to read their subtle messages. The patterns of wisp movement can indicate everything from favorable times for important decisions to warnings about approaching dangers. A wisp that circles 3 times before disappearing might indicate that a situation requires careful consideration from multiple perspectives, while lights that move in straight lines often point toward clear courses of action. The colors displayed by the wisps add additional layers of meaning. Blue lights are associated with wisdom and truth, green with growth and healing, and the rare golden wisps are said to appear only when matters of great spiritual significance are at stake. Mist reading, another traditional form of swamp divination, interprets the shapes and movements of fog as it rises from the water's surface during dawn and dusk transitions. This ancient practice requires practitioners to enter a meditative state that allows them to perceive meaningful patterns in what might appear to others as random atmospheric phenomena. Experienced mist readers can discern faces, symbols, and even entire scenes playing out in the shifting vapors, each carrying messages about future possibilities or hidden truths about current situations. The seasonal cycles of swamplands create natural rhythms that influence the types and accuracy of divination performed during different times of the year. Spring divination, conducted during the period of renewed growth and awakening, tends to focus on new beginnings, creative projects, and opportunities for positive change. The rising energies of the season amplify visions related to growth, expansion, and the manifestation of long-held dreams. Summer scrying sessions, performed when the swamp's magical energies reach their annual peak, often provide the clearest and most detailed visions of any season. The full bloom of the wetland ecosystem creates optimal conditions for all forms of divination, and many practitioners schedule their most important prophetic work during these months of maximum magical activity. Autumn divination takes on a more contemplative character, focusing on themes of harvest, completion, and preparation for challenging times ahead. The changing colors of swamp vegetation create particularly rich symbolic environments for interpretation, and visions received during this season often carry important messages about how to prepare for upcoming difficulties or transitions. Winter scrying, conducted in the quiet stillness of the dormant season, often reveals the deepest and most profound truths. The reduced activity of the surface world allows practitioners to access layers of understanding that remain hidden during more active periods. Winter visions tend to focus on essential truths, core motivations, the fundamental patterns that underlie surface appearances. The interpretation of swamp divination requires understanding a complex symbolic language that has developed over centuries of practice. Water level changes might indicate shifts in emotional or spiritual states, while the appearance of specific plants or creatures in visions carries traditional meanings that vary between different cultural traditions of swamp prophecy. Bubbles rising from the depths often represent new ideas or opportunities emerging from the unconscious mind, while floating objects might symbolize aspects of the situation that are currently unstable or in transition. Advanced practitioners often combine multiple forms of swamp divination in single sessions, using the insights gained from water scrying to inform their interpretation of wisp movements or mist patterns. This integrated approach provides a more complete picture of the forces at work in any given situation, offering guidance that addresses multiple levels of reality simultaneously. The ethical considerations surrounding swamp prophecy have been debated by practitioners for generations. Unlike other forms of divination that simply reveal information, swamp scrying often seems to involve actual communication with the consciousness of the wetland itself. This raises questions about consent, reciprocity, and the responsibilities that come with accessing such ancient and powerful sources of wisdom. Many experienced practitioners develop elaborate protocols for approaching swamp divination with proper respect, offering gifts to the wetland spirits and seeking permission before attempting to access prophetic visions. They understand that the power to see beyond the present moment comes with the obligation to use that knowledge wisely and to protect the sources of their inspiration from exploitation or harm. The accuracy of swamp divination appears to be influenced by the scryer's relationship with the natural environment and their ability to quiet their conscious mind enough to perceive the subtle messages that emerge from the depths. The most successful practitioners often spend as much time simply sitting quietly in swamp environments as they do actively seeking visions, allowing themselves to become attuned to the natural rhythms and energy patterns that make prophetic perception possible. As the night deepens around us and the swamp settles into its most mystical and receptive state, we might wonder what secrets about our own futures lie waiting in the still waters of these ancient places, and do we have the wisdom and courage to accept the truths they might reveal? Chapter 8. The Healing Arts of Wetland Magic. In the gentle sanctuary of twilight, where healing waters reflect the first stars and ancient remedies grow wild among the reeds, we discover one of humanity's oldest and most profound relationships with the natural world. The wetlands have served as nature's pharmacy for countless generations, offering their remarkable collection of healing plants, therapeutic waters, and restorative energies to those who approach with reverence and understanding. Picture yourself walking along a narrow boardwalk that winds through a medicinal bog, breathing in air that carries the subtle fragrances of countless healing herbs. Each step takes you deeper into a living laboratory, where traditional healers have gathered remedies for thousands of years, where modern practitioners continue to discover new applications for ancient wisdom, and where the very environment itself seems designed to promote health and restoration. The foundation of wetland healing arts lies in the unique growing conditions that produce some of the most potent medicinal plants found anywhere on Earth. The combination of constant moisture, rich organic soils, and concentrated magical energies creates an ideal environment for plants that specialize in healing and restoration. These bog-grown herbs often contain active compounds in much higher concentrations than their relatives growing in ordinary garden soil, making them particularly valuable for serious healing work. Willow trees, those graceful sentinels that line the edges of magical swamps, have provided pain relief to human communities since before recorded history began. The inner bark of swamp willows contains naturally occurring compounds that not only reduce physical pain, but also seem to ease emotional suffering and promote deep, restorative sleep. Traditional healers harvest willow bark during specific lunar phases, believing that the moon's influence enhances the tree's already remarkable healing properties. The preparation of willow bark medicine follows rituals that have been passed down through generations of swamp healers. The bark must be carefully peeled in thin strips, dried in the shade rather than direct sunlight, and stored in containers made from natural materials that won't interfere with its magical properties. When properly prepared, willow bark tea produces a gentle, sustained relief that works in harmony with the body's natural healing processes rather than simply masking symptoms. Among the floating plants that grace the surface of healing pools, water lilies hold a special place in the practice of wetland medicine. The roots of these elegant flowers, anchored deep in the nutrient-rich mud of the swamp bottom, concentrate therapeutic compounds that are particularly effective for treating disorders of the blood and circulation. The broad leaves provide gentle support for those recovering from illness, while the flowers themselves are used in preparations designed to promote mental clarity and emotional balance. The seasonal cycle of water lily growth and flowering creates natural rhythms for harvesting different parts of the plant for various medicinal purposes. Early spring shoots, tender and full of concentrated nutrients, are gathered for tonics that help the body recover from the depleting effects of winter. Summer flowers at their peak bloom are collected for medicines that address acute conditions requiring immediate attention. Autumn roots, having stored a full season's worth of nutrients and magical energy, provide the most powerful preparations for chronic conditions that require long-term treatment. Deep in the shadowy depths of magical bogs, where ordinary plants cannot survive, grows one of the most remarkable healing substances known to traditional medicine, bog moss, also called sphagnum. This humble plant possesses extraordinary antiseptic and wound-healing properties, creating sterile environments that prevent infection while promoting rapid tissue regeneration. Bog moss has been used by military healers throughout history, saving countless lives on battlefields where conventional medical supplies were unavailable. The harvesting of bog moss requires special knowledge and careful technique, as different species possess varying degrees of healing power. The most potent varieties grow in the deepest, most acidic parts of the bog, where they form thick carpets of living antiseptic material. Traditional healers can identify the most powerful moss by its color, texture, and the subtle energy patterns that surround healthy colonies. The preparation of bog moss for medical use involves gentle cleaning and careful drying that preserves its natural antiseptic compounds while making it suitable for storage and transport. When applied to wounds, the moss creates a naturally sterile environment that promotes healing while providing cushioning protection against further injury. Modern magical medicine has begun to understand the complex biochemical processes that make bog moss so effective, but traditional healers have been relying on its remarkable properties for centuries. Among the most mysterious and powerful healing plants of the swamplands are the various species of bog orchids, rare flowers that bloom only under very specific conditions and seem to possess an almost supernatural understanding of human suffering. These delicate flowers are never harvested directly, as picking them would destroy their healing power. Instead, traditional healers prepare orchid essence by allowing the flowers to infuse their energy into specially prepared spring water during the brief periods when they are in full bloom. Bog orchid essence is considered one of the most potent healing medicines available to traditional practitioners, capable of addressing not just physical ailments, but deep emotional and spiritual wounds that conventional treatments cannot touch. The essence must be prepared with careful attention to lunar phases, weather conditions, and the overall health of the orchid population, as the flowers will only share their healing power with those who demonstrate proper respect for their delicate existence. The therapeutic properties of swamp waters themselves represent another crucial aspect of wetland healing arts. Different types of bog water possess distinct healing characteristics depending on the mineral content, acidity levels, and magical energies present in each location. Some bog pools are renowned for their ability to heal skin conditions, while others are sought out by those suffering from joint problems or circulatory disorders. Traditional swamp healing often involves carefully supervised immersion in therapeutic bog waters, a practice that requires extensive knowledge of water chemistry and individual patient needs. The mineral-rich, slightly acidic nature of many bog waters can provide relief for inflammatory conditions, while the magical properties of the water work to restore energy balance and promote overall healing. These treatments must be administered by experienced healers who understand both the benefits and potential risks of bog water therapy. The fungal inhabitants of magical swamplands include several species with remarkable medicinal properties that are found nowhere else in the natural world. Bog fungi, growing in the unique conditions created by constant moisture and high magical energy concentrations, often develop compounds that can address conditions that resist conventional treatment. These magical mushrooms, require expert identification and careful preparation, as the line between healing and harmful can be very thin with fungal medicines. Traditional healers who specialize in bog fungi spend years learning to identify the dozens of different species that grow in swampland environments, understanding not just their medicinal properties, but also the specific conditions under which each variety should be harvested and prepared. The most powerful healing fungi often grow in locations that are difficult to access, requiring healers to develop deep knowledge of swamp navigation and survival skills in addition to their medical expertise. The psychological and spiritual aspects of wetland healing represent perhaps the most profound dimension of these ancient practices. The peaceful, otherworldly atmosphere of magical swamplands seems to promote healing that goes beyond the merely physical, addressing the deeper wounds of the spirit that often underlie physical illness. Many traditional healing practices involve extended stays in swampland environments, allowing patients to experience the restorative power of complete immersion in these naturally therapeutic surroundings. The silence and solitude of deep swamplands create ideal conditions for the kind of deep rest and reflection that modern life rarely provides. Patients undergoing wetland healing treatments often report profound shifts in perspective, enhanced spiritual awareness, and a renewed sense of connection to the natural world that continues long after their physical symptoms have resolved. Seasonal variations in swampland healing practices reflect the natural cycles of plant growth and magical energy fluctuation that characterize these environments. Spring healing focuses on cleansing and renewal, utilizing the fresh growth of early season plants to help patients release the accumulated toxins and stagnant energies of winter. Summer treatments take advantage of the peak growing season to address acute conditions that require immediate attention and maximum healing power. Autumn healing practices emphasize preparation and strengthening, using the concentrated essences of mature plants to help patients build reserves for the challenging months ahead. Winter healing, conducted during the quiet season when magical energies turn inward, focuses on deep restoration and the treatment of chronic conditions that require patient-sustained attention. The training required to become a master of wetland healing arts encompasses far more than simple botanical knowledge or medical technique. Students must develop intimate relationships with specific swampland environments, learning to recognize the subtle signs that indicate optimal harvesting times, understanding the complex ecological relationships that maintain the health of medicinal plant populations, and cultivating the spiritual sensitivity required to work respectfully with the consciousness of the wetland itself. Modern integration of traditional wetland healing practices with contemporary medical knowledge has opened new possibilities for treating conditions that have long resisted conventional approaches. Research into the active compounds found in bog plants has led to the development of new medicines, while the holistic approach of traditional swamp healing provides valuable insights into treating the whole person rather than just isolated symptoms. As the healing mists of evening begin to settle around us like a gentle benediction, carrying with them the subtle fragrances of countless medicinal plants, we might reflect on this question: what wisdom about true healing and restoration might these ancient wetland pharmacies offer to our modern world, where technology often overshadows the patient, gentle wisdom of nature? Chapter 9. Seasonal Cycles and Swamp Magic. As we settle into the rhythm of nature's eternal dance, where each season brings its own gifts and transformations to the mystical wetlands, we discover how swamp magic flows and changes with the great wheel of the year. These ancient places pulse with energies that ebb and flow like tides, creating magical opportunities that appear and disappear with the changing seasons, each transition marking a new chapter in the ongoing story of wetland enchantment. Imagine yourself returning to the same quiet pool, month after month throughout an entire year, watching as the magical landscape transforms around you with each seasonal shift. The water that seemed dark and mysterious in winter's grip now reflects the tender green of spring's first growth, while autumn's amber light will eventually give way to winter's crystalline clarity. Each season brings its own magical signature to the swamplands, creating a complex symphony of natural power that experienced practitioners learn to read like an ancient musical score. Spring's arrival in magical swamplands announces itself long before the first visible signs of growth appear above the surface. Deep beneath the water and soil, magical energies begin to stir with an almost electric intensity, building toward the explosive burst of life that will soon transform the entire wetland ecosystem. This pre-spring magical awakening can be felt by sensitive individuals as a subtle tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that seems to emanate from the very ground beneath their feet. The first warm days of spring trigger what traditional practitioners call the Great Awakening, a phenomenon that occurs when dormant magical energies stored throughout the long winter months suddenly surge back to active life. Bog waters that appeared still and lifeless during the cold season begin to bubble with renewed activity as underground springs resume their flow and magical creatures emerge from their winter refuges. The very air seems to shimmer with possibility as the swamp prepares for another cycle of growth and renewal. Spring equinox celebrations in magical swamplands are among the most powerful seasonal rituals practiced anywhere in the magical world. The perfect balance of light and darkness that characterizes this astronomical event seems to create ideal conditions for magic that involves new beginnings, fresh starts, and the manifestation of long-held dreams. Practitioners gather at traditional sites throughout the wetlands to perform ceremonies that have been passed down through countless generations, their combined energy adding to the natural surge of power that marks this crucial seasonal transition. As spring progresses into its full glory, the swamplands become a showcase of magical creativity and abundance. Plants that exist nowhere else on Earth burst into bloom with colors so vivid they seem to glow with their own inner light. Magical creatures that have remained hidden throughout the winter months emerge to participate in elaborate courtship rituals that create some of the most beautiful natural light shows found anywhere in the magical world. The water itself undergoes remarkable transformations during the spring season, changing from the dark, reflective surface of winter to a living medium that seems to pulse with its own heartbeat. Magical currents that remain dormant during the cold months begin to flow again, creating underwater light displays that can be observed from above as gentle glows that move through the water like slow-motion lightning. Summer's arrival brings swamp magic to its annual peak, a time when the magical energies that have been building throughout the spring season reach their maximum intensity and complexity. The long days and warm nights create optimal conditions for the most advanced magical workings, and practitioners from around the world make pilgrimages to established swampland sanctuaries to take advantage of this period of heightened magical activity. The summer solstice represents the climax of the magical year in wetland environments, a time when the barriers between the physical and magical worlds become so thin as to be almost non-existent. Ancient stone circles, located in swampland clearings, become focal points for celebrations that can last for days, as practitioners work to harness and direct the tremendous energies that build up during this season of maximum magical power. Water temperatures during the summer months create ideal conditions for therapeutic treatments that are impossible during other seasons. The warm bog waters can safely support extended immersion sessions that allow patients to absorb healing energies directly through their skin, while the increased magical activity in the environment accelerates the effectiveness of all healing treatments performed during this season. The incredible diversity of magical plant life that flourishes during summer months creates opportunities for herbalists and alchemists that exist nowhere else in the natural world. Rare flowers that bloom only during the height of summer possess magical properties that can only be harvested during the brief windows when they are at peak potency. Master practitioners often spend entire summers in residence at swampland locations, carefully timing their harvesting activities to coincide with optimal magical conditions. As summer begins its gradual transition toward autumn, experienced practitioners can sense the subtle shift in magical energies that signals the approach of the harvest season. The intense, outward-focused energy of summer slowly transforms into the more contemplative, inward-turning power that characterizes the autumn months. This transition period, sometimes called the turning time, represents one of the most magically sensitive periods of the entire year. Autumn's arrival in magical swamplands creates some of the most spectacular natural displays found anywhere on Earth. The changing colors of swamp vegetation seem to glow with accumulated magical energy, creating landscapes that appear to be painted with light itself. The magical properties of autumn light, filtered through layers of colorful leaves and reflected off still water surfaces, create conditions that are ideal for divination and prophetic work. The autumn equinox marks another crucial point in the Swamplands' magical calendar, a time when the balance between light and darkness shifts decisively toward the introspective energies of the approaching winter. Practitioners use this seasonal transition to perform magic related to harvesting the fruits of their year's work, preserving important achievements, and preparing for the challenges that lie ahead. Harvest ceremonies conducted in autumn swamplands focus on gratitude and preservation, acknowledging the gifts that the wetland has provided throughout the growing season, while ensuring that these blessings will continue to sustain the community through the quieter months ahead. Traditional harvest rituals often involve the creation of special preserves, tinctures, and magical preparations that capture the essence of the autumn season for use during the winter months, when fresh magical ingredients are scarce. The psychological effects of autumn in magical swamplands can be profound, as the changing light and cooling temperatures create natural conditions for deep reflection and inner work. Many practitioners schedule their most important personal magical workings during this season, taking advantage of the contemplative atmosphere to address issues that require careful thought and sustained attention. Winter's approach brings a fundamental shift in the character of swampland magic, transforming the active, outward-focused energies of the growing season into the quiet, inward-turning power that characterizes the dormant months. This transition is not a cessation of magical activity, but rather a transformation into a different type of power that is no less significant than the dramatic displays of the active seasons. The winter solstice, marking the longest night and the symbolic rebirth of the light, holds special significance in swampland magical traditions. Practitioners gather in heated shelters built over partially frozen bog pools to perform ceremonies that honor the enduring power of life, even in the depths of winter's grip. These rituals often focus on themes of patience, endurance, and faith in the return of growth and renewal. Ice magic represents a unique aspect of winter swampland practice, utilizing the crystalline structures that form when bog waters freeze to create some of the most beautiful and powerful magical tools known to traditional practitioners. Ice crystals that form naturally in magical swamplands possess remarkable properties for storing and focusing magical energy, creating temporary but incredibly potent focal points for winter magical workings. The silence and stillness of winter swamplands create ideal conditions for the deepest forms of meditation and spiritual practice. The absence of the distractions that characterize more active seasons allows practitioners to access levels of consciousness and magical awareness that might be impossible to achieve during busier times of the year. Snow-covered swamplands possess their own unique form of beauty and magical power, transforming familiar landscapes into otherworldly realms that seem to exist outside of normal time and space. The way snow settles on the surface of partially frozen bog pools creates natural mandalas and geometric patterns that seem to focus and concentrate the subtle magical energies that continue to flow even during the dormant season. The cycle of seasons in magical swamplands represents more than simply a calendar of natural changes. It provides a template for understanding the deeper rhythms that govern all magical practice. The patient accumulation of power during winter, the explosive release of energy in spring, the peak activity of summer, and the contemplative harvest of autumn create a pattern that can be applied to personal magical development, community planning, and the management of long-term magical projects. Understanding seasonal cycles allows practitioners to work in harmony with natural magical rhythms rather than fighting against them, creating opportunities for more effective and sustainable magical practice. By timing their activities to coincide with favorable seasonal energies, practitioners can achieve results that would be impossible if they attempted to work against the natural flow of wetland power. As we observe the endless cycle of seasonal change that governs these magical places, We might consider this timeless question: what wisdom about patience, timing, and the natural rhythms of growth and rest might these ancient wetlands offer to help us better understand the seasons of our own lives and magical development? Chapter 10: The Dark Reputation of Swamp Magic. In the shadowed corners of magical folklore, where whispered tales gather like mist around ancient trees, swamp magic has long carried a reputation that speaks more of fear than understanding. These mysterious wetlands, with their murky waters and hidden depths, have become the subject of countless stories that paint them as places of danger and dark enchantment, creating misconceptions that persist even among educated magical practitioners who should know better. Imagine yourself listening to hushed conversations in a tavern, where traveling wizards share tales of their adventures, hearing story after story that portrays swamplands as places to be avoided at all costs. The speakers describe treacherous bogs that swallow unwary travelers, malevolent spirits that lead the innocent astray, and practitioners of magic so twisted and corrupt that they can only thrive in the moral ambiguity of the wetland shadows. These stories, passed down through generations and embellished with each telling, have created a mythology around swamp magic that bears little resemblance to the reality of these sacred places. The origins of swamp magic's dark reputation can be traced to several historical and cultural factors that combine to create lasting prejudices against wetland environments and their inhabitants. The isolation that makes swamplands ideal sanctuaries for magical practice also made them convenient refuges for those seeking to escape the justice of conventional authorities. Throughout history, criminals, outlaws, and practitioners of genuinely dangerous magic have used the protective barriers of swamplands to evade capture, creating associations between wetland environments and antisocial behavior that persist to this day. During periods of magical persecution, when mainstream society turned against practitioners of any kind of non-conventional magic, swamplands became havens for those whose only crime was possessing knowledge that frightened the ignorant. These magical refugees, driven from their homes and communities, naturally developed practices that emphasized secrecy, self-protection, and mistrust of outsiders. Their necessarily defensive attitudes, combined with the alien environment of their new homes, created an impression of sinister behavior that was actually nothing more than justified caution. The physical characteristics of swampland environments themselves contribute significantly to their ominous reputation among those unfamiliar with their true nature. The dim light that filters through heavy canopies, the mysterious sounds that echo across still water, and the ever-present possibility of becoming lost in constantly shifting geography create an atmosphere that can feel threatening to visitors accustomed to more predictable landscapes. What appears sinister to the uninitiated, however, often represents nothing more than the natural characteristics of a healthy wetland ecosystem. The association between decay and death that characterizes swamp environments has led many to assume that magic practiced in such places must necessarily involve dark or necromantic elements. This misunderstanding fails to recognize that decay and death are essential parts of the natural cycle that makes life possible, and that magic which works in harmony with these processes is often focused on healing, transformation, and renewal rather than harm or destruction. The misconception that swamp waters are inherently poisonous or corrupting stems from a fundamental misunderstanding of bog chemistry and ecology. While it is true that swamp waters often appear dark and uninviting to those accustomed to clear mountain streams or crystal lakes, this coloration typically results from natural tannins and organic compounds that are not only harmless but often beneficial. The same substances that give bog water its distinctive appearance also provide many of its remarkable healing and magical properties. Stories of will-o'-the-wisps leading travelers to their doom represent perhaps the most persistent and damaging misconception about swamp magic. These beautiful natural phenomena, which are actually manifestations of the wetland's own benevolent consciousness, have been portrayed in folklore as malevolent spirits intent on causing harm to innocent people. In reality, will-o'-the-wisps almost invariably appear to provide guidance and assistance to those who are lost or in danger, serving as natural rescue beacons rather than instruments of destruction. The reputation of swamp practitioners as antisocial hermits who shun human contact reflects another fundamental misunderstanding of the motivations that draw people to wetland environments. While it is true that many swamp mages choose solitude over society, this preference typically stems from a desire for deeper communion with natural forces, rather than from misanthropy or antisocial tendencies. The isolation that swamplands provide allows for forms of magical practice that would be impossible in more populated areas, creating opportunities for spiritual and magical development that urban environments simply cannot offer. The association between swamp magic and curses, or harmful spells, represents one of the most unfortunate distortions of wetland magical practice. While it is certainly possible to use any form of magic for harmful purposes, swamp magic is actually particularly well suited for healing, protection, and restoration rather than attack or destruction. The patient, nurturing energies that characterize healthy wetland environments naturally support magical workings that promote growth, healing, and positive transformation. Traditional swamp magic includes numerous protective practices specifically designed to prevent the misuse of wetland powers for harmful purposes. The consciousness of the swamplands themselves seems to actively resist attempts to use their energies for destructive ends, often refusing to cooperate with practitioners whose intentions are selfish or malevolent. This natural ethical filtering system makes swamplands some of the safest places in the magical world for those who approach them with pure intentions. The economic factors that have historically shaped attitudes toward wetland environments have also contributed to the negative reputation of swamp magic. Throughout much of human history, wetlands have been viewed as obstacles to agricultural development and urban expansion, leading to systematic efforts to drain, fill, or otherwise eliminate these environments. The portrayal of swamplands as dangerous, unhealthy, or evil served the economic interests of those who wanted to justify their destruction for commercial purposes. This anti-wetland propaganda has had lasting effects on public perceptions of swamp environments and the magical practices associated with them. Even in magical communities where wetland destruction is recognized as environmental vandalism, lingering prejudices against swamp magic continue to influence attitudes and policies that affect wetland preservation and the practitioners who depend on these environments for their spiritual and magical practice. The gender dynamics of magical practice have also played a role in shaping negative perceptions of swamp magic, as wetland environments have historically attracted more female than male practitioners. During periods when women's participation in magical practice was viewed with suspicion or hostility, the association between swamplands and female magical practitioners contributed to the development of negative stereotypes that portrayed swamp witches as dangerous outcasts rather than skilled healers and spiritual teachers. Modern efforts to rehabilitate the reputation of swamp magic face significant challenges rooted in centuries of accumulated prejudice and misinformation. Educational initiatives that introduce people to the reality of wetland magical practice often encounter resistance from individuals whose preconceptions prevent them from recognizing the beauty and value of these environments. The mysterious nature of swamplands, which makes them so valuable for advanced magical practice, also makes it difficult for outsiders to understand what actually takes place in these environments. The environmental movement has begun to change public attitudes toward wetland environments by highlighting their crucial ecological functions and the devastating consequences of wetland destruction. As people develop greater appreciation for the environmental services provided by swamps, bogs, and marshes, they often become more open to understanding the magical and spiritual values of these environments as well. Contemporary swamp practitioners have developed various strategies for addressing the negative stereotypes that continue to affect public perceptions of their practice. Some choose to work openly as educators and advocates, sharing their knowledge and experience to dispel common misconceptions about wetland magic. Others focus on practical applications of their skills, particularly in areas such as environmental restoration and ecological healing, that demonstrate the positive contributions that swamp magic can make to broader community welfare. The integration of traditional swamp magic with modern environmental science has created new opportunities for practitioners to demonstrate the value and legitimacy of their work. Research projects that combine magical practice with scientific methodology have produced impressive results in areas such as ecosystem restoration, species conservation, and the development of sustainable relationships between human communities and wetland environments. The therapeutic applications of swamp magic have proven particularly effective in changing attitudes among medical and mental health professionals who might otherwise be skeptical of magical practices. The documented success of wetland-based healing programs has opened doors for greater acceptance and integration of traditional swamp magic into mainstream healing practices. As we sit quietly in the gentle embrace of evening mist, surrounded by the peaceful sounds of a healthy wetland ecosystem, we might reflect on how fear and misunderstanding can distort our perception of the natural world. Consider this question: what other forms of ancient wisdom might we be missing because we allow unfounded fears and cultural prejudices to prevent us from recognizing the truth that lies hidden beneath the surface of our assumptions? Chapter 11. Modern Swamp Conservation and Magic. In our contemporary world, where ancient wetlands face unprecedented threats from development and climate change, a new generation of magical practitioners has emerged to serve as guardians of these irreplaceable sanctuaries. These modern conservationists combine traditional swamp magic with cutting-edge environmental science, creating innovative approaches to wetland protection that honor both the ecological and magical significance of these remarkable ecosystems. Picture yourself joining a team of dedicated practitioners as they work to restore a damaged wetland, their hands muddy from planting native vegetation, while their minds focus on weaving protective enchantments around their newly restored sanctuary. This is the reality of modern swamp conservation, where magical practice and environmental activism have merged into a powerful force for ecological healing and preservation. The challenges facing magical swamplands in the 21st century are both familiar and unprecedented in their scale and complexity. Traditional threats, such as drainage for agriculture and urban development, continue to eliminate wetland areas at alarming rates, while new dangers including pollution, invasive species, and climate-driven changes in precipitation patterns create additional pressures that these sensitive ecosystems struggle to withstand. Climate change has emerged as perhaps the most serious long-term threat to magical wetland environments, as shifting temperature and precipitation patterns disrupt the delicate hydrological balances that these ecosystems require to maintain their magical properties. Rising sea levels threaten coastal swamplands with saltwater intrusion, while changing weather patterns can either flood wetlands beyond their capacity to function properly, or dry them out completely during extended drought periods. Modern swamp conservationists have developed sophisticated monitoring systems that combine traditional magical sensing techniques with advanced scientific instrumentation to track the health and stability of wetland ecosystems. These hybrid approaches allow practitioners to detect problems that might not be apparent using either magical or scientific methods alone, providing early warning systems that can trigger intervention efforts before irreversible damage occurs. The integration of magical practice with environmental science has produced remarkable innovations in wetland restoration techniques. Traditional spells for promoting plant growth and establishing healthy soil conditions have been refined and enhanced through understanding of modern ecology, while scientific knowledge of hydrology and soil chemistry has helped magical practitioners target their efforts more effectively and achieve more sustainable results. One of the most successful applications of modern magical conservation involves the use of network magic to connect isolated wetland fragments across vast geographic distances. By establishing magical links between separated swampland sanctuaries, practitioners can share resources, transfer beneficial magical energies, and coordinate protective efforts across regions that might otherwise be impossible to manage as integrated systems. These magical networks also serve as highways for the migration of magical creatures whose traditional movement patterns have been disrupted by human development. Bog sprites, marsh kelpies, and other wetland inhabitants can now travel safely between distant sanctuaries, using magical pathways that bypass hostile territory maintaining genetic diversity and cultural continuity within species populations that might otherwise become isolated and vulnerable. The establishment of magical preserves represents another crucial component of modern swamp conservation efforts. These protected areas, often created through partnerships between magical communities and conventional conservation organizations, provide safe havens where traditional swamp magic can be practiced and taught without interference from hostile outside forces. The legal frameworks that protect these magical preserves often rely on conventional environmental protection laws rather than specific recognition of magical significance, requiring conservationists to become skilled advocates who can translate the value of magical ecosystems into language that non-magical authorities can understand and appreciate. This advocacy work has led to the development of new partnerships between magical and mundane environmental organizations. Educational outreach programs have become essential tools for building public support for swamp conservation efforts. Modern practitioners have learned to share their knowledge and passion for wetland environments with broader audiences, often focusing on the ecological and economic benefits of healthy swamplands, rather than their specifically magical properties, when communicating with skeptical or uninformed populations. School programs that introduce children to wetland environments through hands-on experiences have proven particularly effective in building long-term support for conservation efforts. Young people who grow up with positive experiences in swampland environments often become passionate advocates for wetland protection, creating a new generation of conservationists who understand both the scientific and magical significance of these remarkable ecosystems. The development of sustainable tourism programs has created economic incentives for wetland conservation, while providing controlled opportunities for people to experience the beauty and wonder of magical swamplands. These programs must be carefully managed to prevent damage from overuse, but when properly implemented they can generate significant revenue that supports ongoing conservation efforts. Ecotourism focused on wetland environments also serves educational purposes, allowing visitors to witness the remarkable diversity and beauty of healthy swamp ecosystems, while learning about the conservation challenges these environments face. Many people who participate in these programs become committed supporters of wetland protection, after experiencing firsthand the magic and mystery of these unique places. The restoration of damaged or destroyed wetlands represents one of the most technically challenging aspects of modern swamp conservation, requiring the integration of magical and scientific techniques to recreate the complex conditions necessary for healthy wetland function. Successful restoration projects must address not only the physical characteristics of soil, water, and vegetation, but also the subtle magical energies that make these places truly alive. Traditional restoration magic focuses on awakening the sleeping consciousness of damaged landscapes, using spells and rituals to re-establish the spiritual connections that bind wetland ecosystems together. These magical techniques work best when combined with scientifically based restoration practices that provide the physical foundation necessary for long-term ecological success. The timeline for successful wetland restoration can span decades or even centuries, requiring conservationists to take extremely long-term perspectives on their work. Young practitioners who begin restoration projects may not live to see the full results of their efforts, creating traditions of intergenerational cooperation that ensure continuity of conservation work across multiple human lifespans. International cooperation has become increasingly important in modern swamp conservation, as practitioners recognize that wetland ecosystems often extend across political boundaries, and that threats to these environments frequently originate in distant locations. Pollution, climate change, and alterations to major river systems can affect wetlands thousands of miles away, requiring coordinated responses that span multiple countries and jurisdictions. The development of international networks of swamp conservationists has facilitated the sharing of techniques, resources, and expertise across cultural and linguistic boundaries. Practitioners who have successfully addressed particular conservation challenges in their home regions can now share their knowledge with colleagues facing similar problems in other parts of the world. Technology has become an increasingly important tool in modern swamp conservation efforts, with satellite imagery, drone surveys, and remote sensing equipment providing detailed information about wetland conditions and changes over time. This technological information is often integrated with magical sensing techniques to create comprehensive assessments of ecosystem health and conservation needs. The use of social media and digital communication platforms has revolutionized the ability of swamp conservationists to coordinate their efforts, share information, and build public support for their work. Online communities of practitioners can now collaborate on conservation projects regardless of geographic separation, creating virtual networks that complement the magical connections they maintain with their wetland sanctuaries. Corporate partnerships have emerged as both opportunities and challenges for modern swamp conservationists. Some companies have recognized that healthy wetland ecosystems provide valuable services such as flood control, water purification, and carbon sequestration, leading to partnerships that fund conservation efforts in exchange for ecosystem services. However, practitioners must remain vigilant to ensure that such partnerships do not compromise the magical integrity of the environments they seek to protect. The development of conservation funding mechanisms that recognize the unique value of magical ecosystems has required considerable creativity and persistence from practitioners who must work within economic systems that often fail to account for non-material benefits. Carbon credit programs, ecosystem service payments, and biodiversity conservation funds have all been adapted to support wetland protection efforts. The integration of traditional ecological knowledge with modern conservation science has proven particularly valuable in swamp conservation efforts. Indigenous communities and traditional magical practitioners often possess detailed understanding of wetland ecosystems that extends back for generations, providing insights that complement and enhance scientific research. Legal advocacy has become an essential skill for modern swamp conservationists, as protection of wetland environments often requires challenging powerful economic interests through litigation and legislative action. Practitioners have learned to work within legal systems that may not recognize magical significance, but can still provide effective protection for wetland environments based on their ecological and economic value. The success of modern swamp conservation efforts ultimately depends on the ability of practitioners to build bridges between the magical and non-magical worlds, creating alliances that can generate the political and economic support necessary to protect these irreplaceable environments for future generations. This bridge building requires patience, wisdom, and a deep commitment to the long-term welfare of the wetland ecosystems that have given so much to human civilization. As we observe the dedicated work of these modern conservation heroes, we might consider this important question: how can each of us, regardless of our magical abilities or expertise, contribute to the protection and preservation of these ancient sanctuaries that continue to offer their gifts of healing, wisdom, and wonder to our troubled world? Chapter 12. The Future of Swamp Magic. As we stand at the threshold between what has been and what might yet come to pass, gazing across mist-shrouded waters that have witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, we contemplate the destiny of swamp magic in an age of unprecedented change and possibility. The ancient wisdom that flows through these timeless wetlands continues to evolve, adapting to new challenges, while maintaining the essential truths that have guided practitioners for countless generations. Imagine yourself as a bridge between worlds, one foot planted firmly in the traditional practices that have sustained swamp magic through millennia, the other reaching toward innovations and discoveries that promise to expand our understanding of these remarkable environments in ways our ancestors could never have imagined. This is the position of contemporary practitioners, who must honor the past while embracing the transformative potential of the future. The technological revolution that has reshaped human civilization presents both unprecedented opportunities and significant challenges for the future of swamp magic. Digital communication networks allow practitioners separated by vast distances to share knowledge, coordinate conservation efforts, and maintain spiritual connections with their distant colleagues in ways that would have seemed miraculous to earlier generations of swamp mages. Virtual reality technologies are beginning to offer new possibilities for training and education in swamp magic, allowing students to experience carefully recreated wetland environments without the environmental impact of physical visits to sensitive locations. While these simulated experiences cannot fully replace direct contact with living ecosystems, they can provide valuable introductory training and help preserve detailed records of wetland environments that might otherwise be lost to development or climate change. The integration of artificial intelligence with traditional magical practices has opened fascinating new avenues for understanding the complex ecological and magical relationships that govern wetland ecosystems. AI systems trained on centuries of accumulated observation data can identify patterns and predict outcomes that might escape even the most experienced human practitioners, providing valuable insights for conservation planning and magical practice. However, the increasing digitization of human life also presents significant challenges for swamp magic practitioners who must work to maintain the deep contemplative relationships with natural environments that form the foundation of their practice. The constant connectivity and information overload that characterize modern life can make it difficult for new students to develop the patience and sensitivity required for effective swamp magic. Climate change represents perhaps the most significant long-term challenge facing the future of swamp magic, as shifting temperature and precipitation patterns threaten to fundamentally alter the wetland ecosystems that have remained relatively stable for thousands of years. Rising sea levels, changing storm patterns, and shifting seasonal cycles all have the potential to disrupt the delicate magical balances that make swamplands such powerful sources of natural enchantment. Forward-thinking practitioners are developing adaptive strategies that allow swamp magic to evolve and respond to changing environmental conditions without losing its essential character. These approaches often involve working with the natural processes of change rather than fighting against them, helping wetland ecosystems migrate to new locations or adapt to altered conditions while maintaining their magical properties. The development of artificially created or enhanced wetland environments presents intriguing possibilities for the future of swamp magic. While these human-designed ecosystems cannot fully replicate the complexity and accumulated power of ancient natural swamplands, they may provide valuable supplements to diminishing natural habitats and serve as stepping stones for magical creatures and energies moving between distant natural sanctuaries. Genetic technologies may eventually allow conservationists to preserve and restore rare magical plant species that are threatened with extinction, maintaining the biodiversity that supports the complex magical ecosystems of wetland environments. However, these interventions must be approached with extreme caution to avoid unintended consequences that could disrupt the delicate natural balances that have evolved over millennia. The growing recognition of indigenous wisdom and traditional ecological knowledge has created new opportunities for partnership between conventional swamp magic practitioners and indigenous communities whose ancestors have maintained relationships with wetland environments for countless generations. These collaborations often reveal aspects of swamp magic that have been overlooked by mainstream magical education, enriching the practice for all participants. Educational institutions are beginning to develop new curricula that integrate swamp magic with environmental science, creating graduates who possess both magical skills and scientific knowledge necessary for effective wetland conservation in the modern world. These hybrid educational programs represent an important evolution in magical education that may become the standard model for training future practitioners. The emergence of urban wetland restoration projects has created unexpected opportunities for bringing swamp magic into city environments, where it can serve both ecological and spiritual functions for urban populations who might otherwise have no contact with wetland environments. These projects often become focal points for community engagement and environmental education that builds broader support for wetland conservation. International cooperation in magical conservation has led to the development of global networks of swamp sanctuaries that can share resources, knowledge, and even magical creatures across vast distances. These international partnerships may eventually evolve into formal treaty systems that provide legal protection for magical wetland environments regardless of national boundaries. The intersection of swamp magic with renewable energy technologies presents intriguing possibilities for sustainable development that honors both human needs and ecological integrity. Wetland environments that are carefully managed for both magical practice and renewable energy production could provide models for development that enhances, rather than degrades, natural magical properties. Space exploration and the possibility of establishing human settlements on other worlds raises fascinating questions about the future portability of swamp magic. Could the essential principles and practices of wetland magic be adapted to artificially created environments on distant planets, or are they forever bound to the specific geological and biological conditions of Earth's ancient swamplands? The development of new magical technologies that incorporate principles learned from swamp magic study could lead to innovations in healing, environmental restoration and energy management that benefit both magical and non-magical communities. These applications of swamp magic principles to broader technological challenges could help demonstrate the practical value of traditional magical knowledge to skeptical mainstream audiences. Demographic changes in magical communities, including aging populations of traditional practitioners and changing patterns of rural versus urban residents, present both challenges and opportunities for the transmission of swamp magic knowledge to future generations. New approaches to apprenticeship and training may be necessary to ensure that essential knowledge and skills are not lost as older practitioners retire or pass away. The increasing globalization of magical practice has led to cross-cultural exchanges that enrich swamp magic traditions, while raising questions about cultural appropriation and the proper boundaries of knowledge sharing. Practitioners must navigate these complex issues while working to preserve the integrity and authenticity of traditional practices. Medical research into the therapeutic applications of swamp magic has begun to provide scientific validation for healing practices that have been used for centuries, potentially leading to broader acceptance and integration of wetland healing techniques into mainstream healthcare systems. This integration could provide new funding sources for swamp conservation while expanding access to traditional healing methods. The development of new artistic and creative expressions inspired by swamp magic has opened channels for cultural communication that transcend the boundaries between magical and non-magical communities. Literature, visual arts, music, and other creative works that celebrate the beauty and wisdom of wetland environments can build appreciation and support for conservation efforts among audiences who might not otherwise encounter swamp magic. Economic models that recognize and compensate the ecosystem services provided by healthy wetland environments could provide sustainable funding for swamp conservation while demonstrating the practical value of these environments to policymakers and business leaders. These economic arguments may prove more persuasive than purely ecological or magical justifications for wetland protection. The potential for discovering new magical applications and techniques within swamp environments remains virtually unlimited, as these complex ecosystems continue to reveal new secrets to patient observers and dedicated researchers. Future generations of practitioners may develop capabilities and understanding that surpass anything achieved by historical swamp mages. Prepare to conclude our exploration of swamp magic's future possibilities. We must acknowledge that the ultimate destiny of these ancient practices depends not on technological innovation or institutional support alone, but on the continued commitment of individual practitioners who choose to dedicate their lives to maintaining the sacred relationship between human consciousness and the living wisdom of wetland environments. The future of swamp magic will be written by those who have the courage to wade into uncertain waters, the patience to observe and learn from the subtle teachings of bog and marsh, and the wisdom to adapt ancient practices to contemporary challenges without losing the essential spirit that makes these traditions so valuable to human civilization. As twilight settles once more over the timeless waters that have been our companions throughout this journey, we are left with this profound question to carry with us into whatever future awaits. What legacy will we leave for the wetland sanctuaries that have given us so much? And how will future generations judge our stewardship of these irreplaceable treasures that connect us to the deepest mysteries of the natural world?